Yeah, we're losing. That's all I can really say. I might start lagging too. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm definitely lying. So the bit rate will need to go down. All right. Jesus Christ, bro. What even kind of lag is that? What the hell is even that? Oh shit, he died? Okay, hold on, hold on. We got one. We got one. Didn't believe us? I didn't believe us? There's no way I'm at the top of this fucking leaderboard, bro. I'm about to start rubber banding like a bitch. Okay. Hey, man. Mm, mm, bruh. No, sweet. Seek up that. I don't think this is actually no. This is Chernobyl. I think that works. That's fine. That's applicable Russian commentary. I don't think there are any Russians in my game, but ping spike. Okay, hold on. Highway. Amen. Let's go. Hold on. Hold on. Comeback season. Bread. Oh, falling bread. Bread fall. It. Okay. Sure. I like this. Like this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where the fuck am I? Oh, forklift. That's not good. I'm still forklift. Oh my god. You know what? We take it. We take those. Let's go. Comeback season. Comeback season. Lego My Echo is actually putting in work, and my ping is not spiking considerably. Is it a Christmas miracle? Hey man. Oh, that was fun. Sweetie. Am I ass? Yes. Oh my fucking god. Nice. Hold on. Hold on. Is it B? All signs point to no, but 3v3 guys. Will this round send me to Valorant? Oh. Oh. Right to the back of the noggin. Something like that. 2v2. One's highway. He knows it. Oh. Oh no. Ah, GG's. One of these days, we gonna get that. We gonna get that 10th win, bro. It reset my wins, bro? No way. I swear I was at 9 last time I played this game. Fuck. Fuck. That's even worse. Shit. I thought I was at 9. No way. They reset me back to 0. It's been that long. Couldn't have been that long, bro. I guess it, bro, it's been like a month. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, well. The question is Valorant even updated? Because that determines if I can even switch games. I should have thought about that before I started the stream. But you know what? Casual oversight happens to the best of us. Could be worse. What that mean? Interesting. Alright, well. Gonna lower the bitrate by a little bit. Valorant updated. It's updating? What that mean? How long that's gonna take? They don't want to let me know how long that's gonna take. Um, Riot launcher. You only have one job. Is to tell me how long the fucking update is. Brother. Alright, well, I guess in the meantime, I'll just try to play Arms Race and see if that works. If I start lagging, I guess another update started. Oh shit. No warm up, no nothing? Oh fuck. Oh brother. Oh brother. I stink. Did I get one? I got one. I got one. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. Oh, update started. Now I can feel the lag. Holy, bro. That was on me. No one to blame but myself on that one. Ow. There we go. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Whoa there, boy. I dinked him? Oh, I killed him? No way. I'm on a roll. No cotton now. Spray Let's go. Reload. Fuck. 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 No. Shit. Goddamn. Bot. Yeah, the bot? That's not a real bot, is it? Oh, that is a real bot. That's embarrassing. Oh, fuck me. Bumba clot. Bumba clot. Oh, bumba clot. Oh, you fucking sawed off motherfucker, bro. No, you motherfucker. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at your man Swiss cheese, bro. Oh. Oh no. Bruh. Bozo, get stuffed, get snubbed, get cooked, get fucking. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. So how long was that update? 30 minutes. Oh my god. Should I just say fuck it and play another competitive match? Or should I play an actual competitive match? Alright, I guess we'll just take cash off the list. That's what we'll do. Also, how's the stream quality? I don't know if it's like ass or anything. I turned the bitrate down to like 5,000. Surprisingly, it wasn't lagging too badly in arms race with the said download going on in the background. keep that open on the other side. Master Guardian Elite Trust. See, here's the thing about all that, right? Is that's yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. We believe. They got a motherfucker on their team named I'm Trash, period. We might have an advantage here. As long as I don't lag and have to pause the download, I think we're good. 64 ping though, not great. Oh, let me pause the stream on the other screen, bro. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. All right, what's the plan? No, that's not the plan. One's mid. Yeah. Mid. Oh my god, cave. All right, well, good luck. Could have gone better. Could have gone worse, I guess. Also, what are they buying? What are you buying? What are you selling? Nothing. Oh damn, bro. Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, that's one way to go together, I guess. We went out together. We like fucking went to heaven together. Hell, whatever. Which one? I'm gonna buy the go little. Whoa there, boy. Okay, well, don't get sepsis. Oh shit. Can we? Can we? Oh, brother. Okay. I think this guy got it. I don't like the fact that this guy only has 23 damage in 3 rounds. That's great, bro. Bro, where the fuck is the team? Okay. Oh my god. Why? Why? I don't want to have to be at the top of the fucking leaderboard, man. I don't. I really do not. I also don't want the fucking bomb. Take this shit away from me. What do you gain? Okay, holy like. Bro. Oh my god. Yeah, that might be my fault. What? Is he there? Oh shit, he's there. Oh shit, he's there. Oh shit, he's everywhere. Uh-oh. Oh. It was a good effort. It was a good effort. Oh shit. Oh shit, the round started. No breathing. No breathing room here, bro. Bro, who keeps giving me this fuck ass bomb? I don't want it. That, that yeah, okay. No, I don't even think I did any damage to that guy. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Right? Exactly. Exactly. You heard that? You heard that. Exactly. Like anytime I get close to another individual, I should just fucking Oh my god! What the fuck? Excuse me? Um, so what if we don't increase my ping time? I channel your inner EU to win. Here's the problem with that, right? Uh, I'm not Russian enough. I don't think I have the genetics for that, bro. All right, well, apparently it's either all or nothing. It's either packet loss or it's high ping, bro. Oh shit, he dead. Okay. We'll see if this feels any better. If it doesn't, we're just gonna blame the download, I guess. 21 minutes. Might have to hit a fucking BRB after this game, bro. What rank? Brother, I am unranked. I'm trying to get the rank. We still gotta do placements and everything, bro. I think I'm gonna die immediately. Oh! I mean, it wasn't immediate. It wasn't immediate. We'll take it, right? Bro's listen. I'm lagging, okay? And I'm ass. I'm lagging and I'm ass. You can't multiply the two factors. Let me download two. Alright, bet, bro. Wait, which one? CS or VAL? Either one, I guess, works. Whichever one you can play ranked in, I guess, would be the more optimal one. But I think we can play competitive in CS, just not premier ranked. We'll figure it out. Oh, I have the bomb? Fuck. Uh, that shit looking like a goddamn slaughterhouse, bro. Okay, well, it's slaughterhouse over there too. It's so over, dude. Can you even surrender in this game mode? All of vote? Oh, I guess you can. Okay, well, shit looking like an option relatively shortly. How do I always end up with this fuck ass bomb? Can somebody explain that one to me? I hope that kills you. No, not on the left side. Oh, I'm gonna go. Are you serious? No! My fault. I didn't know the motherfucker died. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't want this fuck ass bomb, bro. Don't want it. Whoa there, boy. No, you fucker. One more. Oh, that's tough. Donut. You have the bomb. What do you guys like? Oh, brother. You saw his gun? Okay. This might be GG's, bro. What can you even do? You know what you can do? Use them as bait. Was that unnecessary? Okay. Looks like I stole my ace, but it's fine. We won the round. Take it. We'll take it. We are not going on a windy walk here, boys. Anything is possible. A wise man once said. All you gotta do is believe. Ah. 2 on A site. Alright, watch us lose this round now. Watch us lose this round in 2 seconds. 1, 2, okay. 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh shit. Lasted longer than I thought he did. Thought he would have. 55 and 2 on him too, bro. Even that wasn't enough to help the team win. He's really hopeless, bro. How do I reach these kids? Well, okay. Well, they didn't go this way. No way they did the thing we never even tried once. A foreign concept. Oh, there's two over there. Brother, he has a scout. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. Just plug the blender in now, bro. It's over. What else can you do, bro? Motherfuckers 5-13. Motherfuckers 3-13, bro. Like, I don't know what else you want me to do. Oh my god, there's two cat, three mid. Uh, uh yeah. Yowzers. Oh, Bumbleclaw. Bumbleclaw. Yeah, you think this guy got it? Yeah, how long? Make your prediction. I'm gonna say 4 seconds from right now. One, two, three, four. Yeah. It's close. It was close. It was close. Look at these ranks, bro. Man, what? That's what they got me in the lobby with? Good damn, man, bro. Master Guardian actually not looking too far off, bro. Hold on, hold on. Shit, we might have some motion. 18 rounds in vertigo. Yo, chill, 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 chill. I don't want to do that. I turn. Oh, fuck what I did. What did I just play on? Ancient. What's my download at? 10 minutes. Easy climb, trust. See, the problem is this one, bro. Because I guess we're on season 5 now. I was not informed that the rank was reset. I did not finish my placements, so we started from the bottom type shit. Unfortunately, this download is gonna take 10 more minutes, so I'm gonna do a quick BRB real quick, and then hopefully by the time it's done, I'll be back, or vice versa. BRB screen. Go. Hey, I am back. Valorant is done updating, so yes, close Counter Strike. Have a Valorant thing. I do. Okay, let's go. You know the baby. That is. Nobody online Valorant? Typical, typical, typical. Let me reopen Discord. And we're playing Val. Oh, not listen, bro. If I lose, I go back to CS. That's really it. That's all it is. All there is to it. Okay, Discord by myself. Good. All right, we do a quick warm up. Where the fuck is escalation? How do you even get to escalation, bro? All right. Oh hell no! Wait. Back. X block. Some players may be unable to pass your Please, I don't know what the fuck that says, bro. How do you go to game modes, bro? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. Also, what's the update on the work? Oh, the war. That's a great question, actually. Hold on, let's eavesdrop for a quick second.
Hey, here's another thing you can do. That was like the absolute like basic thing.
Yeah.
But if you type in /CG timer and then a number between 1 and 10, then you can change how long this stays open for.
Oh.
That,
How is that?
That's...
How's that decided? Like, how does it know which one I'm talking about?
So from what I can tell right now,
you punch
they're basically
all the gear blocks.
Building a large bunker. To, I guess, you know, trap people in. Yes, this is the mission, the goal with that one. I wasn't entirely clear on that, but you know, that's besides my yeah. So basically what happened is they dug out like a bunch of chunks of Minecraft, like all the way from like, you know, surface to bedrock, and then they build like a obsidian cube inside there. And then I think after they did that, then they fucking got the trap set up inside of the obsidian cube, like a maze or some shit. Honestly, I'm not even too sure, bro. If I have to play Minecraft again, I will be used as bait. So that's about all I can tell you really about that stuff. I've already been in the middle. I've been in a queue for escalation for this long, bro. All right, fuck it. At that point, might as well just play ranked then. Unrated, competitive. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do it, bro. Voice settings. Yeah. Fuck it. Why not? Now the question is, am I gonna get into the game? Did not anticipate not getting into a game, but that is technically a possibility. There's a bunch of new characters I don't know anything about. Who the fuck is this guy, bro? Who the fuck is this person, bro? Who the fuck is this person, bro? Who the fuck is this person, bro? Just how much time do these people have? That's a great question, bro. A lot, I guess, you know, more than you would think. Yeah, I know this motherfucker. I kind of know this motherfucker. I kind of know this motherfucker. All right.
Match found.
Oh, match found? Hold on, guys. Oh, I didn't even change the game. Fuck. Valorant. What? Let's do this. If I don't get my character, I might have to leave the game type shit, bro. I'm a one trick in this game. My one trick is playing the character that doesn't need any character skill. Any ability knowledge. Bare bones ass character. We got no support? Why? We do we? No, I guess we got Brimstone? Brimstone support? That's even support? I don't even know what that is. Enemy team not locked in, bro? All right, they got.
Join me on the line.
Yo, chill, bro. Why are you yelling in my ear?
In the face of death.
And the first thing I get is this fucking motherfucker yelling in my ear, bro. All right, let me just remember how to play this game real quick. Buy the ghost. Do I buy the ghost usually? Oh, right. Do I? Maybe I do. Why am I the only one on A? Oh. I didn't do any warm-ups, guys. Oh, that's not where I'm going. Help.
Throwing charge.
No, you fucking. Oh.
Throwing net.
Okay. Definitely rotated. He definitely rotated. Actually, maybe they're waiting. No. Ain't no way. See?
Target down.
Spike planted.
It's like you gotta voice command these bots.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Good job, guys.
Reloading. Reloading.
Over there.
Oh, look at these guys sharing and sharing, bro. Alright, bro. I'm doing a little too much sharing, bro. I'm getting me nervous.
Brimstone,
sharing, a
if
little
you
too
must
much sharing.
leave, then leave well. Where do we go?
Regen shield. Absorbs 100% of total damage taken. Regenerates after it absorbs damage. Has a total regeneration pool of 50. Is that better? The fuck is the bandit? Hold on, who the fuck is that guy? Oh, you took fall damage from that. Me the bully.
My ult's not ready. Shutting them down.
Okay. Now, when you say you spotted them mid, exactly what does that mean? Oh, that's what you mean.
Multiple enemies mid.
I can't see shit, bro. Bro, I still can't see shit, bro. Why is it all I can see? Oh!
Launching smoke.
I forgot what kind of game this is.
Spike down mid.
Bro.
One enemy remaining.
Bro. Is this the bandit?
No escape.
Okay, take a break, guys.
That would be horrible, actually.
You're all more important than words on a brief. Look out for each other.
Oh, oopsie dipsy. I should better get again. Okay, let me just bulldog it up, bro. This is supposed to be still on my screen, bro.
I can use a drop. Focus.
Get these beggars out of my. Okay.
Shutting them down. 3 suppressed.
Oh, brother.
You want?
Oh, you fucking for real, bro? Oh, brother. I hate Astra so much.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh, okay.
Spike planted.
I mean, when you guys are moving like this, bro, I don't know what this is.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
This game is loud as
There's
fuck,
no
bro.
need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
Reloading.
Wait, so this is the same amount of shit. Where the fuck is it? Let me get the APs, bro.
Shutting them down.
Spotted mid.
Grenade.
Oh, what the fuck? I can't hold it. I forgot you can't hold it.
Cooling down.
Target spotted C.
No charges.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's me?
Flawless.
Oh, it was me. What the fuck just happened, bro?
They think themselves are equals. They are
Genuinely,
mistaken.
what the fuck happened? Okay. I think I should just stick with the Bulldog. But I also think that I should not be the only one on A. And lastly, I think that, okay, I'm not going to take the fall damage again. I'm not going to do it. Damn.
Grenade out.
Reload.
No charges. Flashbang.
Satchel out.
Kill the queen. My ult's ready.
Hold on.
Mark deployed. 3 suppressed.
Oh, behind. Yeah. They're both on the left of mid. Under like the window. Oh, or at least they were. I think they got this.
30 seconds left.
Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Spike down, C.
Spike spotted C.
10 seconds left.
You must be running, right? Runner, she's a track star.
Throwing net.
You net your teammates? What?
Look your enemy in the eye.
Oopsies.
It helps with accuracy.
Let me just get the Spectre for a second. Re-Spectre.
Knife deployed. 1 suppressed.
Alright.
Parasite. My ult's ready.
Smoke's down.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Nice.
Grenade.
Molly.
Cooling down.
Oh, give me the win. Give me the
Spike
win.
spotted B. Their death demands our attention. Reloading.
Oh. No. Don't take the fall damage.
Suppressing. One suppressed.
Enemy spotted mid.
Got him. Fragment. Flashbang.
Spike down A.
Oh fuck. On the spike. Oh, it's a 3v3? Damn, I really thought we were done. Oh.
Alright.
Oh. Not see that one coming. Okay. 2v2.
Thirty seconds left.
Blocking movement. Pull them to their
Bro,
grave.
Reese, what are you doing?
10
man?
seconds left.
I'm in.
Good time.
One enemy remaining.
Story ends here.
Oh my god. Why can't I get these games on Counter-Strike?
I don't blame them for
Why can't I
fighting,
just have this?
but it won't help. Tangos incoming. Light them up. Shutting them down.
Enemy spotted mid.
Need.
Launching smoke.
The party.
Grenade out.
Well ready.
Spike down B.
What was that? Oh my aim.
Flashbang.
127.
I know exactly where.
Two suppressed.
One enemy remaining.
Cooling down.
Said something? You said something? That man?
Reloading.
They're getting
Yeah.
hard to get. All right, I'll play.
Yeah.
I can use a drop.
I did, bro. What do you mean, bro?
I
The
can use
fuck?
a drop.
Bro, he's always ads every time is frying me. Oh, ADS every time is frying me. Sorry, hey, bro. Listen, man. You gotta take the aim where you can get it. Okay.
Shutting them
So I'm a
down.
bulldog specialist. Also, I started lagging like a motherfucker. Oh, that's not good.
Launching smoke.
Yo, blame chat. Blame chat on that one.
Target spotted mid.
I forgot what kind of game this was for a second.
My ult's not ready.
Smoke's down.
Get out of my way.
Oh, damn.
Blocking movement.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
The rush.
Spike planted.
Up the sky. Molly. Enemy spotted.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Stim beacon here.
We did it.
Thanks.
I will fulfill my purpose.
I guess I don't really need to hold my ult, huh? I forgot it wasn't broke.
Clear to engage. Weapons hot. Shutting them down.
Okay. Okay.
Grenade out. Flashbang.
Target spotted B. No surprises.
Oh shit.
Launching smoke. Sit still. Eddie, soldier.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Cooling
C.
down.
Enemy spotted C.
How is she not blinded?
Knife deployed. One suppressed.
Oh, she's still in there. Oh. Okay. Oh, that was a crazy stutter.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
You are divided!
Okay.
Cooling down.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh. Did not know what the fuck that did.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Okay. I think they should stop holding my ult. I don't know when to use it though. It's not really like that useful, to be honest.
Knife deployed.
Whoa there, boy.
Four
Jesus
suppressed.
Christ.
Grenade out.
Target spotted mid.
Okay. That's cool.
Hostile
Can I
down.
have that?
Target spotted mid.
Oh, brother.
Spike down mid.
Smoke's down. Smoke's down.
Oh. Did not see that one coming.
Spike is mid.
Now we're cooking.
Be my assist.
Enemy spotted C.
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
There.
30 seconds left.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Gun here.
what was the point of that, bro?
My ult's ready. Not one left standing.
They're just doing shit.
Last round in the half.
Buy the best gear before it's too late.
Oh, shit. What was that?
I can use a drop.
You guys remember when I was at the top of the leaderboard?
Thank you.
They call me the entry. I get you money early game, not the Not the end game.
Knife deployed.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted mid.
Look, is even the alt button. It's X. Okay.
Enemy
Still
spotted
inside.
No one walks away.
Still inside.
Huh?
Launching smoke.
target spotted. Spike spotted.
Spike down. C.
Grenade.
Stim beacon down.
Flashbang. Flashbang.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
One enemy remaining.
I have to reload.
Go get him.
Wow.
Damn.
30 seconds left.
To their grave.
Reeling them in.
Yeah. That's what it all does? That's crazy, bro.
Switching sides.
Anyone have any splints? I may have down
Let me try the bandit. Let me see what this gun. Let me see what this shit's
Multiple
about.
fingers.
Let me see how this shit work.
Reloading.
The plan here, boys. Is there a plan here?
You know what to do.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Spotted A.
Grenade! No, it's
Reloading.
satellite target spotted A.
Still inside.
Reloading.
How the fuck does this gun work, bro?
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
I don't know how to bullet too, bro.
Last player standing.
I don't know what the range of this gun is, bro. Maybe I should have looked into that before I bought it. Oh, he fell to death. Nice. Oh, I got the kill. Nice. Nice.
Make them regret their choice of profession. Reloading.
Give me the frenzy, bro. Let me see if I'm still washed with this one. Actually, give me the stinger. Let me see if I'm washed with this one.
I could use a drop.
Man, what the fuck is the toasty?
Knife deployed.
There was an individual there.
Get out of here.
Target spotted C.
Smoke's down.
Still inside.
Reloading. Mitt i smörja.
Throwing charge.
Barrier deployed.
Spike planted. Launching smoke. Molly.
Kill the queen.
One enemy
Get
remaining.
grounded.
Target spotted.
Flawless.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Hey, okay.
Var försiktig. The battlefield changes with every play.
I just sell the gun? Oh, wait, I can sell the gun and get money back? Oh, man. Drop the shit. I can't sell it. Oh, it just drops it. You want the Spectre though? Okay, I guess I'll take the
Here.
Spectre then. Give me the Spectre.
Mag deployed. One suppressed.
No reconnaissance for you, my friend.
Smoke's down.
Flash.
So long.
Launching smoke.
Oh! There's another thing.
Hologram. Barrier deployed.
Reloading.
Okay.
Planted.
Okay. Bro, you see him. What the fuck? Oh, brother. Why?
No surprise.
One enemy remaining.
Throwing net.
Yeah, I believe in deadlock. Oh, this is the name of the character, not the gun.
Last player standing.
Did we do it? No time? No TZ? Boom shakalaka. Expected dead. Expected down.
Match point.
You've
Match
earned this
point.
win. Let's make it
No
official.
way. Am I gonna have to play another Valorant game? Honestly, I was anticipating being more washed than this.
No.
I could use a drop.
No.
Thank you.
Nope.
I'm 12 and 12? Yo, I might ass.
Reload.
I want some 10 assists though. I might be the
Reloading.
the center of the team, you know?
Suppress it.
Okay, that hit nobody.
Throwing net. Barrier deployed.
Oh shit.
Satchel out.
Do something, do something.
Patch this.
Patch that. Oh
Spike
shit.
down A.
Fragment.
Whole team in Shambhala.
I know exactly where you
Fuck.
Last
Oh,
player
knows exactly where I am. Fuck. Oh, that's the Yowzers. That's the Yowzers. That's a rough
Catch
one.
your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
Right here.
You knife your teammates in this game?
Right here.
Guess not. Guess not. You get a drop. Just a made of money, bro.
Can I get a drop?
Alright, now we're just begging.
Let's make them dance.
Suppress it.
Throwing net.
Grenade out.
There.
Flashbang.
Target spotted.
Oh, that's not supposed to make now.
Enemy down. Well,
Reloading.
Fuck your barrier, bro.
No one walks away.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Flashbang.
spike planted.
Reloading.
Kill confirmed.
Oh no.
Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
Is that GG's?
Attackers win.
Feeling proud. Open up the sky.
What the fuck you say? GG's in this game. Dude, okay, whatever. Four more? Fuck. Also, fuck, I forgot the title wasn't even the same anymore. But just, There's not. That's the title. We shall continue.
Match found.
Let's do this.
Insta-lock KO. Oh, I gotta do it. Oh, I had to do it to him. Alright. Hopefully we don't win this one so we can switch, but, you know, I'm not going to prey on my own downfall. Oh, Chuds. Chuds on their team. Interesting. Multiple Chuds.
Hey, Omen, I respect a guy who knits. It's pretty cute.
It helps me focus.
Do you see the stats? Oh. I'm fucking stupid. Alright, so there's more damage in all capacities if it's a headshot, but the lower body is like, okay, whatever, bro. Just buy the gun. Stop whining. All right.
Knife deployed.
My tower is destroyed.
Kill. Shadows traveling.
Oh. Not like this, bro. Not like this, bro. Bro, taking his freaking time with that one, huh? Motherfucker's out here running for his life, and this guy just taking his sweet ass time.
Spike planted.
Nice, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, hold on.
Last
Back
player
up.
standing.
Oh, brother.
Careful now.
Yeah. I didn't doubt him. I didn't doubt him at all. Ever. Not even once did I doubt them.
Watch your eyes.
You guys doubt them? Like, because if you guys were doubting them, that's crazy, bro.
Good. Keep your focus.
Big gun. Big gun. SpongeBob, big guy gun. Okay. What? Oh, I'm losing my mind.
I will be their nightmare.
Shutting them down.
Nothing. Nice.
Spike down B.
Oh shit, dude! I just saw the mini map.
Flashbang. No charges.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid, huh?
Careful now. No charges left. Watch
Did
your
not
eyes.
anticipate the wall being there.
No charges left.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
But you know what? An assist. First thing back,
Make them remember.
I'm not gonna do all that.
Human.
Don't worry, once I get back in my Ares bag. Whoa there, boy.
Flash.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Flash.
That's what I wanted to do.
Caution.
Spike planted.
Good attempt. Barrier created.
Defuse.
Last player
Oh
standing.
fuck.
Clutch.
There we go.
I could activate training mode if that's more their skill level.
My father's doing some bullshit. I totally thought we could have that like easily. I didn't even know they were right there.
Need a drop.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
My intel is their obstacle.
Suppress it.
Oh my god, bro.
Grenade. Flash.
Locked myself. Like,
Joke's over. You're dead.
oh, that's not good.
I need a reset.
Oh, they came from me. No way.
Everyone hiding.
Flashbang.
Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, dude.
One enemy remaining. Spike
One
down
suppressed.
A. Last player standing.
Oh fuck, bro.
$30 seconds left.
Guys, I'm scared.
$10 seconds left.
No, you fucker. Oh shit. Ah, I didn't see that one coming.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
I tried my best. That's all that matters, right, guys? Right, guys? Guys? Try harder? Alright, bro.
Suppress it.
My ultimate's ready.
Camera taken
found you. They found my wire.
Reloading.
Our wall, their wall. What the fuck? Whose wall is it? Oh, I gotta aim higher, buddy.
Listen to this.
Good job, Luigi. Oh.
Spike down B.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, they are carrying the fuck out of this team, bro.
Shadows traveling.
Nice. Absolutely nothing.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactical.
I need this.
Just buy the regen. Yeah, let me just buy the regen. Okay, hold on.
Map deployed.
Hit.
Fragment. Flash.
Wow. Yeah, I might be ass. Hold on.
Return to dust.
Oh shit. Oh.
Here.
That's not good.
Here.
Shadows traveling.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
that's not good. Oh, we both together? Oh.
Spike
shit.
planted.
Okay, bro. Bro, teleported for
Last
what,
player
bro?
standing.
Yeah, last
You
couple
must
rounds,
fall,
definitely
then
some
fall
bad plays.
near me.
Bad plays on my part. I'll account for that. I'll account for that. I think the best course of action is just for me to buy a Spectre. Spectre and play it safe, you know? What's that?
Through the calm, I see.
I don't know what
Through
that.
the
I don't know what
storm,
that. Oh.
I fight.
Map deployed.
Okay.
Wall raised.
Throwing charge. Bad guy down.
My territory, my rules.
Oh, you flashed the fuck out of me,
Spike
bro.
planted.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh, you fucking for real, bro? Sacrifice my life for the knife, bro. Oh, they shot it, bro. They shot it.
Reloaded.
Last
My
player
ultimate's
standing.
not ready. Going up.
Oh, brother. That revive was crazy. Oh, it's over, dude. There's no way. Actually, hold on. Oh. There was a chance. There was a chance. There was a will. There was a way, bro.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Okay. You know what? All things considered, I did my best. That man's gonna be like, try harder. in the chat. But you know what?
Charlie Mike, let's move.
I'm hop on the game then.
Knife deployed. 3 suppressed.
Barrier created.
Okay.
Blinding. Grenade out.
You're out.
Killed.
One
What?
enemy remaining.
You fucker, bro.
Strike down mid.
Absolutely atrocious. What the fuck is that? What the fuck even is that? Who the fuck even does that? Oh!
Just keep.
Let's go. Hold on.
Y'all better keep up.
We
I
making
need a drop.
we making money moves now. And Book is a joke. I have a sneaking suspicion they're gonna go A this time. Right.
Knife deployed. Grenade.
Whoa, bro. Whoa, bro.
Flash.
Fire in the hole!
Oh, hell no.
Here.
Oh, you fucker. Oh, never mind. They have a stage. You can fucking heal him.
Healer's down. Flash!
Enemy down.
Last player standing.
Oh, who did you just try to revive?
Going up.
Bro? What the fuck is
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
What the fuck is happening, bro?
No charges left.
What the fuck is happening? Oh. Is that her ult? That's her ult.
Strike at their
Still
weak
don't know
points.
exactly what the
If
fuck
one
it
link
is.
breaks, the rest will follow.
That shit is scary.
I need this. My thanks.
Can I buy it? I broke. Oh, I'm broke boy? Okay, hold on. Broke boys.
I have your back.
Okay, yeah, let me solo handle it on A, bro. Don't worry. You know why? Because I was built for this. Oh, that's terrifying. They played me. Oh, yo, Omen smoke, bro. That shit fucking sold me, bro. Did not see a damn motherfucker cross that shit. Oh. You have a shorty, bro? You unironically bought this gun?
Spike
Brother,
planted.
you better do immaculate things with this one, bro.
Last
Teleported
player standing.
there. Just to go back from the other side. Yeah, it's over, dude. Just cook, bro.
Going out.
Who the fuck are you covering, bro? You're dead. It's over, dude. I got one. I'm gonna check the scoreboard. He's gonna be better than me, isn't he? Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Once more into battle.
Close though. Unfortunately, it's close.
Are you?
Give me the region, okay. I think. Can I can't afford shit, bro. I can't even afford to pay attention. Focus, focus.
Stop them.
This is our turf.
Suppress it.
Okay, it's not there.
Removed. My ultimate is ready. Someone's mid. Someone's mid. Watch them run. Someone's mid.
Oh my god, I'm dog shit, bro.
Someone's mid.
Here. 30 seconds left.
Okay, well, one of them's lit. Please let me get my 9th assist, bro, so that I can race this other chuds motherfucker to my double-double.
10 seconds left.
There we go.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, no, that wasn't me. That was him. Fuck. There we go. I got my 9th. He got his 10th, bro. Fuck. He got my... Oh, man.
Last round before the switch.
Oh, man.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
Spend all.
I guess in that case, I will still buy...
Can someone get this? Thank you.
No fire, no Phoenix. Knife deployed.
They left the game. Uh-oh.
No one walks away. Grenade. Flashbang. Flashbang.
Oh, this shit's set up. Okay, you know what?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
That was embarrassing. Even more so than the last time.
Flawless. Switching sides.
Put you back?
Shadows, they
Put you
will
back?
hide you.
Put you back? Okay. Everything's okay? Put you back? It's tied? Remember when it wasn't tied? Oh, I have the spike. Take B. I'm A. Pretty back, bro. Okay. That was crazy stutter right there. What the fuck, bro? Okay.
Target dead.
Target down.
Spike planted. deployed.
Oh shit.
One enemy
Obstacle
remaining.
removed.
Nice. Soju left again? Wait, what?
Wait until I blind
Again?
them to strike.
Bro, what? For real life? In real life? Bruh? Bruh. Oh, come on.
Let's go.
Somebody's B.
Shutting them down. There. One suppressed. Cover going out.
Watch your eyes.
Oh shit. What
Fragment.
Hold on. A little bit.
That's done.
Here. Spike planted. Kill.
Oh, brother.
Sight.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
On site. I'm on.
It ends for now.
Let's go, Batowski.
You man ready for a light show?
Okay, I guess we just keep going. Hey. I'm surprised that this 4v5 is working.
We will reveal their secrets.
Cover going out. Suppressing. One suppressed.
My ultimate's ready.
Reloading. Annihilated.
Combi.
Here. We go on my mark. Killer kill.
Reloading.
We go this way.
Careful now.
Right now.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Someone's in.
Flashbang. Throwing going out. Stealing sight. 5 dead.
I was not doing anything that round, bro.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Absolutely nothing. Okay.
My ult's ready.
Do you smell their panic?
Cover going
Come
out.
on, let's go.
Shutting them down. No. One suppressed.
Someone's A. Look sharp.
Grenade. What's the reset?
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
three of them up there.
Enemy spotted A.
Watching this spot. Someone is A.
One enemy remaining.
I've reset the balance.
Give me my assists, bro. Run me my assists.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Fuck it. And then 14 and 11. Yo, we call it a triple double in my book. Easy triple double.
Shutting them down. Traveling. Shadows traveling.
Don't push down.
Spike down A.
Flashbang.
Last player standing.
Brother.
Watch your eyes! Flash!
Oh my goodness.
I survived obliteration. I will survive
Fake
them.
Fake A what? Oh, I don't want the spike. I don't want the spike. How do I drop the spike? How do I drop this? How do I drop this shit, bro? I don't want it. Oh, fuck.
Let's get this done.
Bro, we can't keep winning.
Shadows traveling. Shutting them down.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Being broken. Fuck.
Alright. Alright. Alright.
Erased.
Oh,
My territory! Spike down B.
I have them now!
Last player standing. Spike down B.
bro. Alright, so here's the thing.
Buy stuff.
They're saying I'm still worse than the motherfucker who's been out of the game for like 12 rounds. So I think that means I'm ass, right? Could only possibly really mean one thing.
Knife deployed. Spike's down.
Spike down B.
Flashbang. Flash.
Fire in the hole!
Last player player
Oh
standing.
my god, bro.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay, it's fine.
So do we have a plan here exactly? OB? Yeah, okay, that's a great plan.
Reload him.
Yalla, mshina.
Yalla.
Come on, let's go.
Traveling.
We didn't do all that.
No, you don't.
Bruh.
Grenade out.
Someone.
Reloading.
Planted the spike. Where is everyone hiding?
You're all okay.
Going up.
Reloading. Damn it, my camera is
Flashbang.
Insane.
Somebody's B.
Watch your eyes. Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Foul KIA. My ult's ready.
Last player standing.
Bye.
New fight, new tactics. Keep it fresh, yeah.
Okay. 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 What's the schmoove here, bro? What's the schmotive here, bro?
Suppressing. Shadows traveling.
Is the plan? It's not the plan?
Reloading.
Can't be. Let's go. Cypher walk.
Bro's just stomping all over the place. Damn.
Last player standing.
Shizer, dude.
Spike down B.
I did not expect the part. Okay, hold on. But Batowski going crazy, hold on.
30 seconds left.
You doing it crazy style on him?
Ten seconds left.
Look at those my reload. Am I gonna say that though? Absolutely not. What the fuck is even that, bro?
My burden never ends.
Alright. I'm gonna throw the knife A, and then we're gonna figure it out. Okay.
I can buy. I will find you.
Carry us down.
Spike down mid.
Excuse me?
Joke's over. You're dead.
Excuse me?
one's A.
Shutting them down.
I've destroyed. Valo? Listen. Since when? Since right now. I'm so ass,
Last player standing.
Also, someone left our team like a while ago, so like it's genuinely over. Also have 20 deaths. Yeah, it's not happening. Don't worry, we're going back to Counter-Strike real soon. Why did Sage have to leave the game?
Adapt their options, they make mistakes.
Sell these after it? No. Freaking Soju, man. He sold the whole bag.
I am everywhere.
One dead.
I'm not concerned by any of that.
Suppressing. Cover going out.
No, not even the slightest bit concerned about all that. Okay. You did not mean to jump there.
Flash.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh, that's not good.
Flash. Flash. Spikes and tree. Reloading. No charges. No one walks away.
Reloading.
Cooling down.
Come on, let's go.
How the fuck is this guy still alive, bro? Oh!
Spike
Did not see that
down
one
B.
coming. Did not see that one coming.
30 seconds left.
No charges left.
I will admit I was making fun of the shorties.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Alright. Oh. Who takes the spike there, bro?
Match point.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
Bros? Fuck, just give me the Ares at this point, bro. I don't even know. Actually, no. We're trying to win. Give me the Spectre. Big leaguers? Alright.
This one's for the fam back home.
Knife deployed. Stealing sight.
Watch your eyes.
Spike down A.
Flashbang. Flash.
My territory.
What the fuck is that? Distance until death. Dead?
Last player standing.
So I'm just dead? Jeez, I guess.
Defenders win.
What can you say? Three more placement games to reveal your rank. Oh, buddy. Don't tell me things like that. What the fuck is a kingdom credit, bro? I can buy people with this? The fuck is this guy, bro? fuck does this guy even do? You know what? He's got a cool looking arm. That's still taking. Alright, well. Let's take a little swap you do right here. Get back on that Counter-Strike grind easy. Launch that shit up. And we back, and we back, and we back. We remember to change the game this time. Alright. Fuck all that nonsense, bro. We back in the fold of it. We back in the depths of it. We in here. You have time to go to the washroom? Fuck, I have to press the accept button in this game. Never mind. Yeah, as soon as it says accept, I'm pressing it. I'm going to the washroom. Go. Hey, what map did we get? Inferno? Inferno? Okay. I'm not mad at that. Also, I guess technically I can put my camera. If it's lined up, hold on. Camera? Oh shit, it's not lined up. What is shooting at me? Okay, nope, wrong button. Shit. Drop the door. Nope, that's not it. Lock that. Hold on. Drop the chair. Is there anything important on that side of the screen? I'm hoping not. Hello? Okay. Here we go. Oh, I forgot the fucking rubber banding in this game. Fuck. Jesus Christ, bro. Ow. Ow. All right. They didn't believe in us. They didn't believe in us. You know what? Oh, Mike's shaking every time I fucking move my mouse, bro. Is it like that? Oh, right. A dead ass is like that. Oh shit. Fuck. That bitch unstable than a motherfucker right now. But like, oh, that's not. That's not any better. I fucked it. I fucked the whole thing. All right, this angle you're getting now. Hold on. Hold on. On my way. If I just like, if I just like lean this way. There we go. Oh, what's up? $95 and $4. Oh, they were both so lit. I did 95 and 81. That's tough. That's a tough one. Enter. Give me this gun. I don't want this gun. Ah, shit, man. I did so much. I did damage to all of them with that grenade. My boy Meg should need to put in some work, though. I can't lie. Don't push up too far. Why the fuck did you push up that far, bro? Okay. 4 of them, last 3. Okay, okay. Hold on. These are the calls I'm getting right now. Oh, okay. They're both mid. I think they're going banana. Oh, never mind. Oh, buddy. You got this? Oh. Nice try, bro. You had 3 attempts and you didn't hit a single one. What do you mean, nice try? Okay. Fuck it, I'm MP9ing on them. Let me hit him with that, wop. Nice. God damn. You got it, bro. Oh, shit. Nice. All right. Are we going sneaky beaky like? Oh, Zam. Can't go up here anymore? Oh, shit. I didn't know. I didn't know they did that. I know they got rid of the graveyard. Okay. I'm down. On site. Bomb's still up there, I think. Nice, nice. This guy got it, bro. This guy is him. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Alright, Blue, you need to come with me, bro. Nice. Oh, I didn't think he'd push that far. He's lit. Boiler might be out. Oh, it's a 1v4. Yeah, big shit, bro. I believe in you. I shouldn't have thrown the grenade. In hindsight, nah, that's my fault. I should have kept my gun out. Don't worry, I'm gonna ump him. Are we up? Okay, we're still up. We're still up. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Oops. Nice. Let's go, Lucky. Carry us to victory. I'm moving wonky. I don't like it. Oh shit. Calm down, Pip. Ah shit. I don't like where I am. Oh, that's a fucking dead body, bro. Jesus Christ. Damn. Fuck. It's like 3 of them. They're pushing up and then over right now. Damn. Nice try. 55 and 2. Choked? Yeah, unfortunately I did. Only so much you can do when motherfucking name mech shit is on your team, bro. Unfortunately. Okay. Oh, brother. Banana. This guy couldn't say nothing, bro. Okay. I don't know if he got this one, guys. Okay. Goddamn. I think that we were winning more. You said timeout, bro? Okay, sure. Alright, I guess we'll do an ad break. Can I do a 30-second ad break real quick? Oh, this game is on timeout. Anyways. Yeah, motherfucker named Meg shit should lock in for real, I think. Personally. That is what I believe. And then the other motherfucker should lock in. Alright. Let's go. Oh shit. Yeah, they're about to push it right now. I'm hiding. Oh my god. He's lit, he's on site. Actually, he might not be lit. Nice. Okay. I didn't hit him at all, but you know, I hit everybody else. All that matters. UMP plays. I might be. Oh god. I might be the god. I might be Mag 10 Hami, bro. I might be West Side Gun, bro. I might be the Tech 9, RIP Tech 9, and shout out the other one. Also, I don't know why I just decided to go this way for some reason. What the fuck kind of war is going on over there, bro? There's a war going on in the... Oh, bozo. I'm second mid. Holy, bro. What are these guys cooking? Am I doing enough, chat? Chat, did I do good? Where's chat when I'm doing good, bro? They'll be the first ones to tell you that you're choking. First ones to tell you need to lock in, bro. Okay, I'm still doing all right, all right. Okay, at least you're here. At least you're here. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Are you sure about that? Okay. We push through. Oh, damn. Damn. That guy can shoot, bro. Okay. Let's go. Can't shoot as good as you, Bill. Mac 10. Yeah. Can't build a building without the foundation, bro. Started from the bottom type shit. You damage me? Immaculate 360. Holy. Oh, okay. Whoa. He's back there. Now we got light locking in, bro? No way. These things never usually happen. I might still be playing Counter-Strike after this game. Can you believe it? Alright, let's not jinx it actually. Let's not get too hasty here. I don't have the gun for that. Whoa there, boy. I swear to God, if I see a fucking frag, I'm gonna cry. Okay, we're good. Ooh. Like that shit. Oh, what the fuck? I'm scared. Ready for it? And I'll take your gun too, actually. Hold on. We're looting. Looting bodies. Bodies, bodies, bodies. I do not want the bomb, sir. I feel like there's a damage gap here. And then there's also a kill drop off, but they don't happen at the same part, which is surprising. Damn. Rest in peace, that chicken. Yummy. Mix shit. Uh-oh. What happened to the team? Go, 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 go. 3 bananas. That's a fucking Negev, bro. I'm a chillin' boiler. I'm scared. Oh, oh. I'm scared. Jesus Christ, bro. I didn't even fucking see him. Let's go make shit. Hold on. Let's go make shit. We got this. They don't usually go the window, do they? Oh, I guess they do. That's crazy timing. Whoa, don't reload. Nice. Oh, fuck, arches. Nice. They're both outside library. Last one's around there, I think, too. Nice. Big Goat QC. He locked in. Oh, he passed me? What the fuck? Nah, what the hell? What do you mean he passed me? I have 6 MVPs, bro. I might be the most important person on this team, bro. Nice. Oh shit. Oh, second mid. And in the smoke. Front row. Oh, bad timing. He was the right side in front of boiler. Oh shit. Let me get the up for good luck. Lol? What are you lolling, bro? Okay. Okay. Ain't nothing to lol at. This is serious business. I'm gonna rush apps. And by rush apps, I mean get stuck on the wall. Twice, even? Me and Mixship got it. Clipped? What did you clip? I don't even know. Bro. There's no way. Oh shit. That was bad timing on my part. Fuck. GG's. Thank you, bro. I'm second last in this list, bro. I got 21 kills and like fucking 6 MVPs, bro. Holy, bro. And all they gotta say is most triple kills. Y'all know this guy? That's crazy. All right, I guess we run it back because we didn't lose. That just means we need 9 more wins to get a rank. I guess in the meantime, run it out. Fuck. While we wait. What's the loadout saying? I'm broke. Yeah, sounds like it. Oh, that looks like ass, bro. Nice. Nice. The very camo on there. Hold on, hold on. That one looking like even more ass. And not in a good way. In like a botch BBL kind of way. That was a crazy competitive match. One win, guys. We got one win. Don't let us get one, bro. Do not let us get one. In the wise words of that's better. I feel like I'm more in frame this way. Do I know any of these guys? No? Okay. We're at 69 on the team. Farmer Phil on the team. They're trying to ban Dust 2 and Inferno on the team. Okay. Okay. Asher Anubis. We're gonna have to play on Anubis. Oh, brother. Okay. Well. Believe in us. Hello. We just said no. Yeah. I'm gonna actually not buy again. Actually, here now. Really? Go, go, go. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's just me? The fuck? There's two of them? Fuck. Oh! I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't worry. I got a Mac 10. Alright, what's the plan this time? Okay. Isn't that the plan that just didn't work? We smoking mid, bro? No, no, no. We don't do any of that around here, bro. Oh, there's two of them. Nice. I'm gonna go lower. Stay here. Nice. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. We got this. Nice. I didn't doubt you for a second. Just slowly upgrade the gun real quick. Hold on. We went from oh. Damn. You see that? Okay. Coming. Okay, okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. Let's not get too excited here, guys. Let's keep it in our pants here, guys. Let's start. Oh, I'm lagging. Bombs down, by the way. On site. Okay. I'm fucking jittering over here, bro. My game got the fucking jitteries, bro. That's smoke. What the fuck? $86 and 3. Are we up? Hold on. The Earl of Lemon Grabba does not back down. Bomba Clot. Oh. He got me. Oh. He got you. Oh. Oh. Is he gonna get an ace on us? Damn. Unfortunately, he did, in fact, ace that. Ah, okay. Hold on. No, no, no. You'll get it. You'll get it. Don't worry. You'll get it, bro. Nice. There's one B main. I just fucking. Bro, my fucking lag is actually like insanely jittery, bro. B main. Nice. Oh, dark. Don't push him. I don't know. I think you're stupid. He did. Nice. I don't know how I'm still at the top of this leaderboard, bro. I haven't done anything in a while. How do I have a 0% headshot? Oh. I got the bomb. Brother. Oh my god. Nice. Posture check? Fuck, you're right. Yeah, like, might be too tall for the camera now, because my posture was bad when I adjusted it in the first place. Fuck, let me fix this shit. We're good. Posture check acquired. Posture check achieved. Hydration check? Fuck. You and me both. I still see slouching. Yo, chill, 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 chill. I shouldn't have reloaded that. Oh my god. I thought he was still reloading. Nice. I believe in you. Okay, okay, hold on, hold on. Damn. That's crazy. He did not need to do all that. Absolutely did not need to do all that. Bro, I don't want to be at the top of this leaderboard. Okay, what's the plan? Okay. Sounds like a plan. On site. Nice. Oh, okay. They're both. There's two upper. One more. Nice. Plant that shit. It's just you. Okay. You didn't plant it. Okay. This is a tactic. This is a tactic. Y'all think this is gonna work? Bold play. Bold maneuver. Hope this works. Risky maneuvers. Risky maneuvers. Okay, you heard them. Oh, nice try. It's all good. Sloucher, listen, bro. Posture check is it's not like a permanent thing. It doesn't last indefinitely. Okay. You know, if you're trying to check my posture, you gotta get another redeem, bro. I'll give you one per redeem. You did it once. Second one, invalid. Out of bounds. Nope. Okay. Nice. This guy really used an MP fucking 5 on his ass, bro. Oh. Oh, buddy. What the fuck just happened? Where'd the AK go? Okay. Give me the gun, fucker. Do we know where he is? Nice. Okay. I'm still at the top of this leaderboard, bro. Please get me out of here. I don't even have an MVP. I just have the most damage per round. That's literally it. Actually, you know what? I don't want to be on the top of this leaderboard. Sort by something else. There we go. That's better. You guys can handle that, right? Whoa. We're at 69. Bitch, sit up. Okay, hold on one second. Motherfucker's gonna be distracted. I didn't even realize I was an enemy. There's only so much I can sit up, bro. Hold on, I gotta like tuck my chair in closer so that I can like still have an ergonomic length to my thing. All right, this is as set up as you can possibly get. I physically cannot even lean forward. Oh, okay. All right, one's still on B. He's going like water, I think. Oh, fuck. I did not mean to move the camera by moving the monitor up. He died? What the fuck? Oh shit. Let's go. I never doubted my Borat 69. Not even one time. Nice moves. Keep it up. Great. Nice moves. Bitch. Okay, I guess we're all. Water. Oh my god, bro. He's lit. D-box. Nice. They're going A, I think. Never mind. Bombs down. This away. They don't have the bomb though. Damn. No. Yeah. Nice. Upper. Damn. They were both upper too. It's a tough one. This is round 2. You know what that means? Time for the ump god. Oh shit. Oh, it's just me. That's damn. They didn't even give me a chance to fucking breathe, bro. Alright, so basically I'm gonna do the exact same thing except this time I'm gonna have a helmet on. Don't worry guys, I'll hold down A by my lonely. What did speaker knocker say? I had to make a couple. This guy's 4 and 11, bro. I didn't even notice. This guy sucks. No wonder. No wonder, bro. No wonder we can't play defense. That man is a liability. Water? Oh my god, they're rushing. There's 3 of them. There's maybe 4 actually. Oh. I don't know what to say, man. Is this a T-sided map? You just gotta hold the sides. You go. Oh, they came from water. Just the two, three. One's lit. Nice. 1v1. He was on the stairs to mid. Ah. Not with the MP9, bro. Please. Why would you? Yeah, wrong gun for that. Oh, brother. Okay, fuck the diffuse kit. We're doing what we gotta do. We're doing what we gotta do. Bombs on mid. I like this position. No. Did. Ah, fuck. There's only so much that I can do, you know? And I'm asked, so like that means bro, I'm doing better than like the fucking last two people on our team combined, bro. And I'm not even like actually doing that much better. It's just the damage. I hope so. No shit. Oh shit. Yes. There's 4 of them. Is it A? Fuck. Oh shit. No. So close. Oh. Oh man. Oh shit. Oh, you pushed up. Damn. He's lit. That was horrible timing. I ran back down the window. Or there. 93 and 3. Oh my god. Ah. If only Bumbo Ross wasn't in the way of my fucking bullets, bro. Could have shot him faster. Alright, let's just hold it down real quick. Generational fumble. Farmer Phil hasn't gotten a kill in like years, bro. Water. One's water going in, I think. Oh my goodness. Temple. There might be. Oh, actually, maybe not. Find you? Bombs on B. I mean A. They're both coming from water side. Skeptical. He's, let's go. Holy. Fucking ended the drought. Farmer Phil. Let's go, Farmer Phil. Bro, he's only got 2,000 less damage than Sindrock, bro. Sindrock? I don't even know what the hell that is. One's B main. Oh, shit. Yeah. Push that on to B. Damn. It was B. Yowzers. Are they still getting carried by that one dude? Holy fuck. 27 and 14? No, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no freaking way. That's gotta be sacrilege, bro. Whoa there, boy. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, at least I got him. 2v1, I believe you guys. Oh, mid. Oh, there's still two of them too. I didn't fucking realize that. I just been misinformation. Talking about 2v1. Oh. Bro said GG easy, bro. What the fuck? So basically, I don't think I'm ever gonna get 10 wins in this game. Anytime soon. But You know what that loss means. It means we about to switch back to the other game. This bitch off. Turn this bitch on. Switch the goddamn screens. Whoa, camera. Crop? No? Hold on. Oh, you cropped the wrong thing, buddy. That's funny. Uncrop this one first of all. Crop it. Now crop the camera. There we go. Hold on. Is this game launching? Hello? Hello? Jesus Christ, dude. She's lagging on my whole goddamn computer. There we go. We fixed it. Everything's okay. I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. In the meantime, I'll play a bunch of ads. Also, don't let me forget to change the title. I mean the game. All right. All right, okay. We're back at it, back in it, doing whatever we need to do. Queuing in for that current gameplay. Hold on, gotta adjust the camera. Lord. Gotta go back in so they don't fucking tell me that my posture's not straight. And then press the start button. Oh wait, hold on. Unraid. Or do you guys think I'm gonna win this game? Are you gonna rank? What the fuck button did I just press? That was the cancel button? Or would be the cancel button?
Match found.
Okay. Match found. Lotus? I don't think I like this map.
Let's do this.
Oh, we got balls in the team? Hold on. That's different, that's different. I didn't know we were in the presence of balls on the team. That is news to me. I got some of that heals us. That's fine, that's fine. We don't need heals. W stream? Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. We only do W streams around here. Okay. They got a motherfucker on their team named Butt Cheek, and we got a motherfucker on our team named Balls. It's the battle of the body and balls, bro.
They must wait a little longer. First we fight.
Alright, what's the plan?
Need a drop. Thanks.
Oh,
Plays a kill him, bro.
Okay.
Bye. Okay.
Throw me a smoke on this ping, and I might just take it out from there.
Okay.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Whoa there, boy.
He's at 50. You guys can kill.
Deployed.
Come see. Gotta go.
Okay.
Oh my god, what the f. No, another one's out there. I swear I saw him.
Cooling down.
One enemy remaining.
I didn't expect the second person to come by.
Go, go, go! Gotta go! Pulling them in! Skedaddle! You're done!
Raze, I love your boom style, my girl.
And give me the Spectre. I don't want the spike.
No charges.
How do you drop this shit?
Chamber's going down.
Tough. See? I picked it up again.
I'm out of here.
Shutting them down.
Concealment.
Two suppressed.
Enemy spotted B.
This could be.
Go, go, go!
There's this chamber thing, baby.
Fragment.
Let's play. Go, go, go!
Hold it down, hold it down.
Spike planted.
Boom!
Oh, it's power running.
Kill confirmed.
Fuck.
Reload. I'm out of here.
He's lit.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
bro.
enemy remaining.
Okay, balls. Good job, balls. Good job, balls.
Yeah, race. That's my girl's boom style.
Balls. What's your favorite kind of ball?
Probably the ones in my pants.
Okay, yeah.
It's all my balls.
Oh.
Shutting them down.
This way.
Too suppressed.
I don't like how that sounds.
Flashbang.
Ow.
Spike carriers down.
Spike
shit.
down. C.
I'm out of here. Got one.
Oh, baby.
Enemy spotted C.
I'm coming flanking for you.
We let Viper get killed from mine. We have to get 2 kills from B.
Last player standing.
Okay. You got this.
Grenade.
One enemy remaining.
Left.
Satchel out.
Yeah, I think that's balls, bro.
Let's keep it going. Hey, that was audacious. Need a drop. Midasi. Thanks.
I'm gonna bulldog. Balls carry? Question mark? And the balls carry.
Balls.
Balls.
Alright, let's go see so I can just ult this guy down. Can we just like dick this chamber? I mean, put our friendly little weenies on him.
Balls.
Too suppressed.
Enemy spotted C.
Throwing no charge.
Reloading.
What the fuck?
One more side.
I slipped the wrong girl.
One more, two more side. 105 on silver.
One enemy remaining.
One more.
He's in the smoke, I
My
think.
ult's ready. Enemy spotted C.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
You ulted for that?
1v1.
Last player standing.
Shit.
Wait, I like
He has no idea. Bozo.
Keep it up. Screw up and they're on us. Need a drop.
This game is easy as fuck when you're getting carried, bro. Holy.
I am with you. We
are strong.
Salamat, thanks.
Shutting them down.
Obscuring vision. This way. Reloading. Watch out. Reloading. Spike drop. Reloading.
Cooling down.
Give me the fucking gun.
one more. Full left side.
Spike retrieved.
He's on box.
149 on jet. One main. Okay.
Last player standing.
I did not expect that. Okay. You're confusing.
3. My ult's ready.
149 jet.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
I think I go back. Actually, give me the Ares instead.
Alright, I want my Neon and KO to start on C. Just like go, like try to kill this chamber, and then come back. We're gonna meet up Astra on B after we get some kills here.
Shutting them down. Flashbang.
I got spiked.
Oh, what the fuck? Where the fuck was that guy?
Jump.
I didn't know he was hiding in the corner. Sorry, I didn't know he was hiding in the corner.
Spike carrier down.
Oh, shizer.
Spike down B.
Reload.
Oh,
Last
shizer.
player standing. One enemy remaining.
Also on B, also on B.
Go get him.
Good one. Go B Evan. Go B Evan.
Don't worry, balls. Let's go, balls.
Don't worry. Don't think it, eh? Need a drop. Midasi, thanks. Need a drop.
You remember that?
Midasi, thanks.
I'm genuinely dookie, bro. Like, I might be the definition of poo-poo.
Map deployed.
You know what I mean?
I have the spike.
One suppressed. No charges.
Think I'm gonna entertain that? Oh, oh, oh!
Tree.
Jamie pushing up. Get our spawn. Yeah.
Reloading.
Don't worry about it. I believe you guys.
Spike planted. Blocking vision.
Just not even with it all. I didn't even hit her fucking once, bro.
Just swing off me, swing off me.
Pulling up like now.
Concealment.
One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
Nice. With this balls guy, he might be
If I power down, restart me.
balls.
You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Like when they talking about balls, they talking about this guy.
You want to play?
Let's play.
One suppressed.
Go to TP for C.
Spike retrieved.
Here comes the party. Oh, obliterated.
Drop balls.
Come see. Don't go B. Do not go B.
Go see.
Would you open this shit? Bro?
I'm out of here.
Cooling down.
Enemy in defender spawn. Enemy in defender spawn.
Go.
Spike planted. Map deployed.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
It's just a bro. You got this.
You should, Astra.
Thanks.
Just let them try to catch me.
Yo, I like not being able to do. I like not having to do anything. It's so good, bro. Amazing feeling.
Need a drop. Thanks.
It's gonna be a start awakening when I do have to start doing things.
Stay safe.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
You break my dart.
Coming through.
One suppressed.
Enemy spotted today. Take this. Go, go, go. Welcome to my world.
Grenade out.
We're gonna go B. We're gonna go B. Alright, let's go, let's go.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Enemy
Nowhere to run.
Oh, brother.
Planted.
He's close.
there.
Chamber's right here. Let's double swing this. Come here, Kyle. Come here. 3, 2, 1.
Damn. He's lit 112.
Enemy spotted. B.
They're dead. Gotta go.
Chamber and Silver are in the same spot. You could go ahead.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
One more,
I'm out of
one
here.
I saw that fucking fly flying around, bro.
Let's chill out.
120, bro.
You have smoke, bro? Or just double it?
Never doubted you for a second.
We have plenty of time, oh. Here and now. Be here and now. Need a drop. Thanks.
Carry me to victory, balls. And Astro balls. Balls Astro.
Let's ult. Let's KO ult from here, and then let's neon ult, and then just run around and kill him.
Shutting them down.
Gotta go.
This two. Can't see. 129 on Silva. 129 on Silva, 40 jet. One down. Both here, but they're bad.
What's in the
Gecko is.
Bro, what the fuck is my aim?
One enemy remaining.
This way. I'm out of here.
Gecko
You
fine.
guys gotta play together. When you're close to him, don't zoom.
Light planted.
Where is he?
He's man. Right side. Right.
yeah! Monster
on the loose!
Flashback.
He's gonna go
Last
free
player
teammate.
standing.
Oh, fuck.
Got flashes.
Flash.
Oh, it's that bad. My fault.
It's okay.
Clutch.
Listen, if you don't ADS when you're close to them, like only ADS when they're like super, you'll get like all the
I
skills.
told you you're okay.
Yeah, my aim is ass,
You're
bro.
okay, fam. Good even.
Because it shakes your screen more, so it's hard to control, you know?
Really is.
I like switch to the Phantom. That's like a good spray gun. It either works or doesn't work.
I need to blow something up. Satchel out.
Shutting them down.
Satchel out.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Lock in sight. There.
I can't have him.
Oh my god, bro.
Spike down B.
Now they're just catching me live.
Gotta go.
Silva was B.
Now they just catch. Oh shit.
Spike down. Attacker
I got
spawn.
sight. Right there.
Right there. 2v2.
Enemy spotted. B. I'm out of here. Gotta go. Spike planted. Go, go, go.
Oh, bad timing on that one.
Last player standing.
Yikes. Yikes.
Pulling them in.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Last round in the half.
We're moving out. Pack heavy.
This time, let's not get clapped immediately. Have we tried that? Have we tried that yet?
Can I get a drop?
Yeah, can you buy me?
Thanks.
Let's go back. I don't know. He's around.
Well divided.
Shutting them down.
Spike dropped.
Oh, come on, man. You need to do all that.
Enemy spotted A.
I got Spike. Coming through. Here we go.
I already rotated. I rotated right there.
I was you. Carrier gets killed.
I killed him.
Spike down A.
One more side.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Spike planted.
Team Ace.
Let's go. Whole team did some chamber.
Switching sides.
Grenade. Clock sticking.
Need a drop.
By the way, why would you buy that?
Midasi. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yo, Asher, you wanna just suck this and then throw my
Hello? What do you mean? What do you mean to suck this? You guys talking about?
Takes a few seconds to forget.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna do it like that. Okay, you wanna throw a molly like here, or you gonna throw a flash behind Rebel? Like if you can pop it, like shit, I can't ping, bro.
Let's go.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Actually.
Net deployed. Cooling down.
Satchel out.
Spike down. Attacker
Oh,
spawn.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Grenade.
One down. Enemy spotted A.
Flash.
What's here? Blow shit though.
Cooling down.
Good.
Spike planted.
You make noise raise so they don't look at Cat.
Last player standing.
Chamber be waiting for my ass, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
Behind you, behind you. On your life, he's behind you.
Oh.
Like you could stop me.
Clutch.
I didn't think you could be that fucking fast, bro. Guys moving.
I'm the pride of Bahia.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options. They make mistakes.
Okay. Well, I have done absolutely nothing this whole game. I fear. What the fuck are we stacking, hey? Aren't we on defense? Oh, okay. Just gonna make sure it was
Charlie Mike, let's move.
Charlie Kirk, let's move.
Fighting this brother.
Conceal pulling them in.
One suppressed.
Go get him.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
That is a likely place for them to be.
Blocking vision.
Flank Flashbang.
Spike planted.
Hostile KIA. There.
Oh, fuck.
Concealment. Reload. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
God damn. Good shit.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
I don't even know what that emote is, bro. I don't even know what the hell that is supposed to be. What creature have you procured from your emotes?
Suppressing. Two suppressed.
Spike down. C.
Can you one-way this for me?
Enemy punished.
Oh shit.
Coming through.
Oh, bomb.
Gotta go.
They grabbed.
Spike down. C.
Probably throw a spawn, bro.
There's one on B, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Yeah, that one's right next to me. Yeah.
Wait, let
30 seconds left.
You wanna give him another round so you can KD up, or?
Trying to get the KD up, bro. Is that what I just heard?
10 seconds left.
My ult's ready. And the enemy was punished.
Match
Motherfuckers
point.
talking about trying to get the KD up.
Do you want me to accidentally slow down the? Should we accidentally slow down so they can get their positive KD?
Yeah, type shit.
Yeah, accidentally though.
Accidentally.
What does that even mean, bro?
Oh shit! If I whiff, oh my god, what happened, bro?
Fuck, bro. I'm so
Thanks.
tired. I can't shoot straight anymore.
Rise and bring glory.
What the fuck is happening, bro? You ready to play Counter-Strike again?
You want to play? Let's
Body
play.
shot. You do that straight damage pretty good, kitty. They're good, by the way. Oh, I meant to aim for body. He crouched.
Fuck this guy, bro.
No. I'll share it for me.
Enemy spotted.
Oh!
Last player standing.
Alright, Neon, show me what you got, bro.
Spike planted.
It don't matter, just going for kills. All that juice shit.
Gotta go.
You got him, guys. Okay.
He's gonna have an op holding it.
Go, go, go.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Reloading.
Can I get a drop? Can I get a drop? I am ready.
So if I win this game, I guess I have to play another one, huh?
Shutting them down.
See.
Go, go, go! Enemy spotted. C.
Enemy spotted.
Throwing charge.
This way.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted. C.
Oh damn.
Recovering it.
I'm gonna scare him. I'm gonna scare him. He's in the smokes. He's in the smokes. Get him, guys. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Defenders win.
For their sake, I'm glad it's
Oh,
over.
GG's back. Have a good one, guys.
GG's. Should we keep going or should we call it there? Is anybody even watching anymore? That's the real question. It's so bad that game was actually insane. Honestly, bro, I think I'm gonna have to stop there. This is fucking some of the worst gameplay of my life. Alright, well, solid runs.